Connecting the microphone stand. Dude. Okay. But you know you're happy. For anybody wondering, that's Keo. He is apparently happy to be in my lap. Would like a treat, but he's going to get some attention. All right. Yeah. You're right here. I see. That's a good boy. All right. You lie down here. Down. All right. You have a couple of sleep missions out there. Select. Come on. Everything on the keyboard. Okay. Get that off of this computer. Maybe that'll work. No. One difficulty, so rewards aren't going to be great, but we will get some rewards. There is, I would say, a complicated collection of algorithm or whatever you want to call it for dictating how much reward you get. Missions. It's a combination of the number of stops, the distance traveled, the number of frigates you've got in the mission, in this case 2, the level of those missions, or those frigates, in this case S and S, I believe. Units, which is not bad. Right, we've got an S-Class plus, I believe, a C-Class Explorer. Maybe. That's the money. More money. Okay. Almost a million units. Planes don't have anything in them. Nope, not so much there. How about that? You? Have you got... No, you don't. I was hoping it had some dihydrogen jelly. I don't have any left in here. Needs 3 quantum computers, 3 solar mirrors. Nope, I need 3 of these. Sky on. Look at our other starship inventories. Need to come up here for now. This one doesn't have much. It's mostly parts that need to be repaired. Yes. This guy might have some inventory. Looks like he does. And, oh. No. Okay. Still don't have any of that. You don't I? Okay. Get too far. You need a quantum computer as well. 2 wiring loom and 3 hydraulic wiring. Phosphorus. I need 2 more wiring loom. Fuel is not sponsoring me. However, found that it's one of the energy drinks that I can get at a decent rate. Sometimes. Okay, one more of those. Let's grab 4 of those. Alright, goes over here when I get a chance. Okay. Meanwhile, back at the multi-tool, and let's call in that shuttle. That shuttle? No, not that shuttle. That shuttle. We got that. That. This needs 4 wire, 4, 5, 6 carbon nanotubes, and some salt, along with a bunch of hydrogen jelly. What we're looking for was some of this, and we should probably get some more of this. Alright, so I need one quantum computer. Oh, pretty. Couple bugs. That's not useful to me. Let's see. That's all I'm seeing sell right now. Okay, so again, I need 4 of these, or 3 of these. That means I need 6. That. I need more of that. I need more dioxide. So I have to go someplace where I can get some dioxide. Kind of with Thor on the observations regarding energy drinks. With him from the perspective of, yeah, I'm never going to take a sponsorship from an energy drink company. Watching me stream gameplay, you don't need what's in the energy drink. That's not to say that what's in there is bad for you or anything. Just not what you're looking for, or it's not what you're going to need. Take a look at what my things are here. Okay, yes, I can use another. Before I address the young lady who just came to visit me, treat her as an honored member of my visiting family, i.e., she's getting a treat. And if she's willing to let me do so, I will show her off. Lift it up, huh? All right. Off she runs. Okay. So let's rearranging a couple of things. This will be good for now. I'm going to need to get some sodium or sodium nitrate for that. Fortunately, that we can do something about. Oh. So now we can put in that. We need to pick up some wire and loom. This is always the questionable bit. Nothing for now. I would rather have this glass shields. This class Ethernet modules much of the time. Alright, this I don't need in here. I'll leave it over here for now. The scan missed. $1,500 should be enough for now. My experience at this point is I just need 400 tons of frigate fuel to get these guys out, but I'd rather have 800 tons if I can get it. That reminds me. That's 1,000 tons or 1,200 tons. It's looking for it to be. Okay, that's going to cook for a little while. Let's see about getting our what few frigates we have out on missions. Yeah, I have no industry. I think I've got no industrial. Let's take a quick gander. I think I've got an explorer and my no, trade. Doomed organic recon. Okay. So if we got a trade mission. Be best, but I don't see any trade missions. Alright. Case. 2 balance. Let's take a look. Recon may make us sufficiently balanced. Well, it's 2 stars. So let's get that going. And combat. No. Explorer. Yeah. If you're wondering, I'm going to make up another Battles Pass 3. Just because. See if they'll pick that up a little bit. Breaks in the break-in level. Sounds like it's not waiting as long. Downside is it's a little loud for me right now. Let's try dropping it down there. Okay. Two print jobs, or 3D print jobs running. First one is going to be another minutes, 3 hours plus. And this other one is going to be 400 minutes. Sounds a little long. I think that's only supposed to be about a 6-hour print, which would be 3,600 minutes, or 360 minutes. But at the same time, I am printing it at a slightly different level than I normally would. One print job that is going to be done in about 3 hours is actually a popcorn bowl for up here. At least that's what I'm intending to print. So we'll see if that's something that I can show off tomorrow. I've got the popcorn. When I was working downtown, there's a little grocery about a block and a half away from the office where we got out of the office in time in the evening. We could get over there and buy things Basically, you had to be in before the store closed at 9 or 10 o'clock at night. The Skyway closed a little earlier than that. I worked in downtown Minneapolis. And so you had some leeway as far as getting to and from there, especially if you didn't mind walking around outside at night in Minneapolis. Which, over the years I was working downtown, not a big problem, but not necessarily the greatest thing either. But they had bags of popcorn from a company or business popcorn company named Earl's. I had other things from Earl's as well, but the neat thing was that the reasonably large bag of popcorn was 99 cents. Alright, so I want to have a spare one of these. For that, I'm going to need a microprocessor. Make a microprocessor. I don't want to buy it. I just need to have one of these available. Now I can go ahead and make an Atlas Pass 3. You'll notice I can't make a Atlas Pass 2. That's because I have no cadmium. Also, I don't have activated copper, activated cadmium, or activated emerald. Should be getting some of that from some of the missions. But it is what it is. Right. Let's see if we can get some Quicksilver. I don't know what the weekend mission is right now. However, we are playing in normal mode, which means that it should not be a major issue. Tier 2 is complete. That means that one more of the rewards is available. So let's see what we got new in rewards. Plumage Palm, Nodding Plumage Palm, and we're still waiting on the Forked Plumage Palm for when Tier 3 is complete. And it looks like they're well into Tier 3. I have no interest in the Plumage Palms at this point, but hey, it's neat that they're there. Carrier AI Fragment for eliminating hazardous flora. And 1800 Quicksilver to go with the 1900 I've got. Gets me up to over 3500. Alright. And all we have to do is kill off some foliage. Assuming that this mission is what that mission is. It's not a given. It's probably not here. Nope. Means I can pick up 1 or 2 suit slots. Have another destination to jump to. Let's do this one. Need the scatter blaster module. Don't need it. Do need more of the mining beam stuff. Take a or B class scanner module. Got any? Blaze javelin. Doesn't look like. Oh, got an A class scanner. Let's see if we've got an S class cool. There's no, and I don't have enough nanites anymore. Oh well. Lots of other things I could get. Okay, I am sure there are lots of other things I could get, but that's what I'm getting at this point. Alright, activated indium in the system. There's the marker. Dead Sea Anu Prime. Anu Prime. Dedesiano. Ah, give up. Of course, it's on the night side. You're searching. Looking for something that should not need that. Maybe I do have to search for it from the ground. That right there. nitrogen dioxide. Activated indium for us. Let's go get some. It's actually a major item on this planet. Enough that it's actually showing up. Oh, never mind. Well, the space anomaly. And we're returning to the space anomaly. Return to the nexus. Mission. AI fragment, which will tell me where to find a crashed Sentinel starship, I believe. Alright. I now have 3,700 Quicksilver. Sorry, bumped the microphone. Eight sail poster. Ship parts poster. Something in mind. Maybe I've already got it.
Collectible received.
does kind of tell me that it doesn't toss it into the bottom. Maybe it does. It's an expedition reward. Let's see if it's an expedition reward.
Collectible received.
It's tossed into the bottom, which is fine.
Collectible received.
Those are a couple of things that I commented on Professor Cynical's video today regarding is that here. Either I didn't or I've lost it. My comment to Professor Cynical was that I'd really kind of like it if when you came over here and changed your suit, the various options, let's say helmets. You want the helmet alpha, it gets you your basic helmet. Helmet beta, a little bit different, but not much in the way of significant changes. Gamma, maybe you get some basic underwater protection. Delta, some extra protection in space or something. Shielding on different types of things or environmental details. Personally, I'm kind of a fan of the Beta helmet, just from a looks perspective. You go to the armor, and depending upon which armor you select, it has more or less inherent shielding. And also, depending upon it, maybe it adversely affects your environmental or your motion. I mean, heavier armor you would expect to be being more expensive from a movement settings. Likewise, backpack. You don't get to see it at this point, but when you look at your inventory, the bonus slots, like this one, give you different capabilities, or are in different locations. Maybe you've got several that are close to each other that can add features to different pieces of technology. It can boost your environmental protection or your default or your option for just the environmental bonus, or upgrade your health stuff more or less.
Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
Mission. See what else we got in the way of Quicksilver missions. I wasn't really impressed with what we had left. C-class reactor for monstrosities, or surveying a planet. Nip buds for hunting dangerous pirates. 100 ancient bones gets you the most. Do we have any most useful stuff? I think, but not worried about it. So why did I get the activated indium? Because it turns into a lot of chromatic metal. Alright, back to the previous system. Looking for a job. You seem to be looking for a job. So I don't have a lot of money. It's not bad. I mean, I should be able to pick up 1 or 2 C-class module or frigates. But, alright. Stations. Previous system. Get to it. Sure, this is previous system, but it should be. It is. If it is, should be able to get to space anomaly here. Yep, there we go. What I forgot to do while I was here was collect a suit slot from the space anomaly. Install this one, I think. Here. Celine, let's see if we can pick up some stuff. Could grab some of that, but let's grab the rocket boots. That's 200. Down to 430. Or 22. Alright. Means I can't get the airburst engine, which I am not going to complain about. Efficient water jets. We're not going to install that one yet. I will install the rocket boots.
Technology installed.
And now teleport back to my freighter. Hey, dude. Alright. So I need tritium we can it's already done. One. Just one. Install this. A 2 magnetic resonators, 3 quantum computers.
Product received. Technology installed.
Some more ionized cobalt, huh? Right. That's doable. How are you doing today? Alright. Hey Ian, how are you doing today? So, one more of these. Be happy with it. Only time I run into problems is when I've got a llama running an active AI LLM, and it ties up the GPU. It's going to be a problem no matter what. get this, or get a step along the way of this mission. Yeah, the problem I see with the GPU being overloaded with the LLM is I end up with a frame rate of like 2 frames per second. Which kind of, let's just say, sucks. I get 2 words this time. And they're not going to be coming from these stones out in the field. They'll come from stone between the 2 landing pads on the bridge. There's 1. Atlas word for thee. And the stone here on the path. Infinite. I think we already picked up the word for Atlas, and probably for Traveler as well. The Infinite and the Traveler. Yep, Traveler. The Atlas called me to this interface, and yet its purpose remains unclear. It demands worship, it demands obedience, it welcomes me, it knows what I am, it offers the gift of true understanding. But why? Why does such power and knowledge crave submission? It knows my thoughts before I know them myself. It knows what I will do. The Atlas asks me to follow its path. Sure. I will accept this. The sky is deep and full of wonders, and the path to enlightenment opens to me. Alright. So I need some chromatic metal. Not a big problem. Alright. I'm going to pop out here. Go to mode select briefly. The save I am playing is 17 hours, 17 minutes old. So I've been playing maybe 20 hours in this save. The outside in silver. We are in a system I could call my freighter into, but I'm not going to. I like the fact that it's in a system where I can get some either emerald or indium maybe activated. Not having to build a base there. Here. It's 72 nanites, so let's go see about getting some nanites. VI-63 found that planet. Unknown planet. So nobody's laid out it. Noxious copper ammonium salt. Looks like a desert. Sporal planet. Well, that'll get me at least one. See what you got. Not bad. C class. 2 million units. Alright. Another 2 million. That takes care of that. So I was heading for a sporal planet, because it's the easiest way to get nanites. Other than 30 nanites I had left setting there. Might have included scanning these 2 planets. But I don't think you get credit for it until you actually land. First time I've been able to do that. Buy a gap. Terrain. At speed. Okay, so now we can do the north-south thing. Probably get more rings, but may also get other things. technique, in case anybody's curious, is if I've never landed on a planet or found anything on it, I will travel east and west looking for something to show up in the scan. Once I've found something in the scan, I will travel north or south from it. Looking for other things. At this stage, I'm not too worried about heading down the Atlas path. Yeah, we'll go here. I have the auto launch charger, so worst case I have to pause for a little bit, scan around, maybe pick up another few nanites for plants or whatever, and minerals. We have one creature. Nanites. Okay. I need to install the digger. Terrain manipulator. And I need 2 of those. Yes, I've got one already, but I'd like to keep that for in the off chance I spot a pod. I'm going with the ability to fly through terrain like that is related to one of the recent updates. In my experience, even with a gap like that, it would try throwing you up over the terrain. And you try flying through it. Which appears to be the most likely thing to find on this planet, which is not really a big surprise. Is to find some other stuff too. Preferences don't always have much in the way of sway. And let's collect the 250 nanites for that. $21 nanites for everything else. Okay, I've got 417 nanites now. Be nice to have a little bit more, so There's our Sporo planet. Noxious. Arctic planet. And what do we get over here? Another stone. Basalt. Very good. And it has basalt, along with copper. I don't remember if I've got another discovery mission available. It's not. Might have aquatic creatures here. We've got trading or minor settlements around. Another beacon for my minor settlement. I do not have the
Incoming storm.
up the hill we go. Find someplace reasonably flat.
Thermal protection falling.
3 of 11. 4 of 11.
Extreme heat damage detected. Technology recharge. Technology recharge. I would not be too surprised if there was another underwater life form. Currently listed as rare. Technology recharge. Units received. Units received.
Sub 11, so we are over halfway through.
Units received. Units received. Warning. Threat detected.
Mistake somebody made.
Hostile ships defeated.
We're in a Gek world. Alright, shoot it. I'm looking for portals. Right, that is 9 of 11, so we've got 2 left. Both are ground. That's one of them. Say where it might be. Right. Mostly nocturnal. Rare. Well, it's night. I'm looking for salt. Not salt. Basalt. Which this planet claims it has. I keep finding sodium deposits. Salt. Clear away. Businesses like that. Let's go lie to it. All the water ones on this planet. There's lots more to scan, but it's not going to get me huge volumes of nanites that would be kind of nice to get. Nanites though? Hey, it's 50 nanites. As far as I know, I can't refine basalt into anything more. That could be wrong. It might have been updated or fixed in a recent update. I should say updated or changed. I think it's supposed to have been a form of energy for charging something. I'm wondering if the something was the flamethrower that we no longer see as an available item. Upgrade for our multi-tool. $85 basalt. Okay. $2,000 or 3,000 nanites. Let's go see if we've got any useful multi-tool items. Like a mining beam. Then we'll go collect a multi-tool module that I can now use. Couldn't before. Anybody on right now? Not unless they've got somebody that's or something that's sick and radiation, toxic and radiation are both nice, but mining beam, there we go. Let's see about picking up this neutron cannon module. Modules would be good. Be nice to have. base just so that we can come back. It's not. I'm not missing anything else that I'm looking for right now. Ultimately, I will want to get that, but not yet. The scatter blaster I've got is not one I built from blueprints. Oh, Celine. This one is getting that activated quartzite and crystallized helium at this stage. So I'm probably not going to grab that. We'll grab this though. I can install it as opportunity presents itself. That may be useful, but I'm not getting it right now. Likewise, these. Alright. You're taking too many nanites. Too many nanites. But we'll get it. Alright. Something from you, but I don't think I've got the nanites anymore. Oh, yes I do. Ah. That one needs something other than nanites that I don't want to get. Got that covered. That's picked up. Not fascinated with that. Let's get it. You know I'm not going to make use of it. And what else do I need? It's letting me know I've got Twitch rewards. Let's see if there's anything I need to pick up. Yeah. Walls. UAs, hologram starship, the Art of Storms multi-tool, diagonal of gravity, quad egg, later steps. I don't get the firework packages, so ornamental base companion. Jeez. Rich jetpack. Okay. Spring companion egg. Eggs I don't want. Tip, if you get this, these allow you to add a slot to your multi-tool, which I guess is nice. I'm not too worried about it. Alright. And this is the stuff I picked up. Alright, let's swap multi-tools. This one needs a slot. I think I've got the units for it. Let's install it. Things in here. Ion batteries. Cool. Those, and okay, I know where that is. I got one there. So let's teleport. Yeah. We take this. Come over here. You come up here. So you put in a can tool. We need a magnetic resonator. And underneath you. Even fourth thing. Do at this point, but okay. That gets me up to 4,000 or 4,000 damage. Alright, I need to make those. Good idea to have some of that there. Alright. The problem here is that this needs something else. I don't think I have the units I need for slots for this multi-tool. I can't get slots for the multi-tool. The trick is to find a red dot. There it is. dropped a save beacon. On a couple of sentinel pillars, or nests. Of course, it went to the further one. Not that it really matters. I just need to come over here. Up down sentinel forces. Take a look at the multi-tool. I remember it's nothing special. E-class, not a lot of damage. Rack. Oh, nope. This movement module would be good, I think. Can't really do anything with those until I've got more slots. Yeah. I just muted that alarm, I think, instead of closing it. Let's see. Got everything on the planet. Let's see if we can find a tool slot. That away. Oops. The left part walking. It doesn't seem like it's going to be close. Did I pick up a... Yes, I did pick up a glass shard. One of those. We only make use of one more of those. And for that I need suit slots. There should be two of these. There's one. There's a second. Oh. Second one gives me another shard. Oh, actually, both of them gave me shards. Looking for either of those. Oh well. It's full blaring noise. It's an angry warning against my intrusion. Thermal shows a similarly angry message. Apparently upset at the kitchen production. Alright, let's see what we can do. You're right. Multi-tool expansion slot. See the unknown building on the edge of the terrain here? Abandoned building. Not worried about it. And yes, this is my preferred method of taking care of that milestone. It also means I get to collect more of these. Doesn't look like I got just another sentinel weapon shard. advantage to those. The real advantage to them is on planets with aggressive sentinels. What you might find is a sentinel walker. Instead, we may get servos, quad servos, which it's okay, but I do have the access pass to get into the back room now. There's one. There's the other. It's our quad servo. It's our flying sentinel drone. Best we get technology. That can be good. Of course, I botch it and we don't get anything. Send word. Take that. Pick up quite a batch of carbon in some of those, but I'm looking for this and this more than anything else. That said, here's the spin I'm not too worried about. To look around for pretty much wherever you are. Our graves and buildings. Alright, this new multi-tool is going to need 1, 2, 3 quad servos. 500 each, phosphorus, ammonia, and uranium. 25 each, paraffinium dioxide and pyrite. Let's take care of the ionized cobalt, since I just happen to have a bunch of that on hand. That I can move that there. This comes here. That there for now. This one here. Put this there. Can't really do anything with it until I get back to the space station or freighter. This I can probably put in though. Let's see. Battery. Just one? Yep. That's pretty much about it for this at the moment. Mostly because I don't have... Well, I've got 2 of these now. 1 in storage. What I don't have is the wiring loom to go with it. I need 5 of that up here. 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10. Let's see, I should be able to make most of that. Do I have? Yep, I've got enough condensed carbon to make 8 of these. To make 6 of those. To make 6 of these. Unfortunately, I don't believe I can get paraffinium here. Actually... Yeah, okay. Be good. To it, but it's dark. It's going to stay dark for a little while. Again, I believe I need 100 of this. Just need 25 though. See with whatever we get whether that's enough. I just need 25. Which I think I need 100. Pretty sure. Access will work. Alright. Need paraffinium, just 25 of it. I'm not going to find that here unless I find a trade terminal of some sort that has it available. Whether that's standalone at a trading post, minor settlement, or somebody's structure, base. I think that is something else. Alright. So we're bound. One problem, or one thing I really dislike about chromatic fog planets is night is way too dark. So I tend to think that's probably representative of what night looks like on Earth. Exception being where you see cities or ports, well lit buildings, so on. Fitness center, huh? Alright. It's away by flight. So combat supplies here. It seems to think it's funny to not provide both or two at times. Scan range is a little limited on this at the moment. There's my third quad servo. So, with the 10 wiring loom, we can take care of that. And the other multi-tool. Take it forwards. Yeah, but we're getting close. The reason that these waypoints is not for the nanites, though those are nice too. It's for that nav data, which allows you to pick up more. Gives me gold. these. So let's grab two of those, make two of those. That gets us the three of those. I'm going to need two more of these. That gets us three of these. And we can set that aside. Now I need more silver. Oh, no silver here. Resource depot. Supply depot found. Maybe I'll get my silver. Stone accomplished. That's 80 for all of the sentinels. I get no more notice of sentinels being killed. Doesn't mean I won't be killing more sentinels. To make sure they're all empty. Surrounding modules. Silver. We could switch up modules here. Not modules. Multi-tools here. There we go. So we got a couple of multi-tool slots. Let's go make use of them. I need 12. Where are we going? may need more, but well, might be all I can afford. Heck, 10 might be all I can afford. The Viking like me, so I might have a discount here. Have paraffinium. Not you. So not you either. Maybe you? I'd say it's unlikely that the other. If there does. Yeah, I think he's got the same inventory as the first starship I trekked with. Pretty much. The store here. See if you've got paraffinium that I just missed it. Nope. Alright, let's swap multi-tools here. We need two of the and I need 3 microprocessors. About 3 microprocessors. Okay, 3 from here without affecting things too much. Let's add it up here. Get the mining beam and stuff here. Scanner module. Not another neutron cannon module. Well, let's go see if I've got paraffinium back at my freighter. Got a combat and explorer ready to go out on missions. I think the combat mission is already in use, so... Oh. Yeah, I need that, don't I? Need to do that. Alright, command. Okay. I think that's enough for the multi-tool, not this multi-tool. This multi-tool, because it just needs 25. Right. Not, we'll get that one will last. These two first. This one. Well, I need another wiring loom. That's why I did those two, or did that one last. Okay. This one we'll put in here. may help. Two. Seals and 2 wiring them. You can get a bunch of nanites for that. Says the worst prize is an enterprise. All out for just one thing: to prize the money from you. You missed it. That's fine. The joke is the worst prize is an enterprise. Because the only thing they're interested in is prizing your money away. Accept this multi-tool now, at least with that. Now, one's enough for today. Joker's than I. Let me think on it about a bit. What's the difference between a piano and a fish? What's the difference between a piano and a fish? You can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish. Sorry about the Nightbot. It's a little protective. Oh. I promise I won't be abandoning everybody right away this time. Okay. Yeah, you might consider it as something I've got a little bit of experience with. Thank you. So how is everybody doing today? I've got to say another dad joke, huh? Alright. Let me think about it a moment. I'm doing okay. Soda and corn alike. And dads. Soda, corn, and dads all have something in common. You puzzle it out. I'm taking that to be, you want me to deliver the punchline. Soda, dads, and popcorn all involve pop. Thank you. It's a little lame. Well, be careful with that. Don't let me tell you what to do. It's one of those instructions you can't follow. Because if you don't follow it, you're following it. Okay, should I add more text slots? Or should I add more storage, inventory? I think I'll go with the text slot. Alright, multi-tool. Which one do I've got here? That one. Possibly get something for that. I'll go with this one. We have a dissonant planet in the system. Activated copper, so I could call in my freighter, but that freighter is sitting in a system that allows, or that gets me emerald. So I think I'm going to leave it there for now. That's our distant planet. And Dimec found this planet first. A foggy planet. Copper Lycium. Alright, I'm still looking for more paraffinium, because I'm down to under 50 on my freighter. Hammer there. Behind it? Yes, I do. Looks like it's got green on it, so maybe it's a noxious. I was looking for. Just enough. Let's go see if we can find a better Sentinel fighter. Now, back to the around 18 or 1930 or so, the amateur radio service was created. And at least in the United States, but also I believe in Britain, UK, amateur radio operators were called hams. Think of it similar to a ham actor, somebody who may or may not be very good at acting, somebody who doesn't do it professionally, but happens to show up. And maybe they're good, maybe they're not. Well, the amateur radio service has a couple of neat features unique to, at least to the United States. One of them is that an amateur radio operator can communicate on literally any user's or any service radio. So if somebody is looking or needs somebody to operate a radio for an emergency for the police, or when Hurricane Katrina came through, amateur radio operators were the only operators allowed to use both the police and the National Guard, Army Reserve, Army, Coast Guard radio services to communicate with or between them, to pass messages, pass traffic. So while the amateur portion for ham radio specifically these days means that you're not paid for your services, i.e., I don't get paid to communicate emergency traffic of any sort. It does not mean that the person doing the communicating, myself in this case, the operators that worked with the Coast Guard and Air Force during Katrina, all of those operators are generally very, very technically competent. If you've got a radio station, AM or FM, somewhere in your area, it is almost guaranteed that somebody at that station is an AM radio operator. What radio stations hire them for, though, is the technical knowledge they possess. They don't hire them to be ham radio operators. They hire them to be engineers on the radio systems to make sure that radio systems are current and in good shape, and to help restore service when something like a storm knocks out the transmitter. Note, if I am a little loud, let me know. I can drop the mic level down a little bit. It's a little loud for me, so I'll drop my headset down. I keep forgetting. What I'm looking for is a high-end Viking system. So I'm back. This way somewhere. Top tier Viking system. There we go. Try. I have the problem that, as a guy, I tend to over-explain things at times. One of the other places you may find amateur radio operators is if your community has parades or commercial events that not so much commercial, community events like public gatherings where there may be a lot of people involved. Often those communities are looking for amateur radio operators to help with communications for other uses. As an example, I live in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area, and we have a marathon every October, and that amateur radio operators are very much involved with. What the amateur radio operators involved do there is work with medical doctors and nurses and stuff, or people at the event along the course, and communicate with, in most cases, the local police and emergency services center. There'll be another ham radio operator there. And we provide the communication of things like, is there a, or not so much is, when the doctor is working on a patient or on a runner who's collapsed or is having problems, in order to get an ambulance to the runner as soon as possible, or even to track when the runner leaves the course. I mean, it's a marathon. It's a good distance, and some runners just aren't ready for it. We're responsible for passing that information on. Back to the finishing line, family community center or family center tent, where their family may be looking for or running or wondering where their runner is. Also, often we're the people that engage the ambulance. But runners have to decide if they're going to go in the ambulance or not. One of the marathons we had about 12 years ago, the temperature got to be too high, in the sense of, had they known early enough about what the weather was going to be like, I'm out of money. Now we can put that into general inventory. I believe. Yep. They would have called the race. Excuse me. The Twin City Marathon is on the same day of the year as the Chicago Marathon. Chicago Marine Corps Marathon, I think it is. And the Chicago Marathon called it. It's a fair amount. And do you use one of these? Cell phone? You use a cell phone. You're using a service that was created by a ham radio operator. Because ham radio operators can work in just about any communication service, they're also the people that very often are experimenting with new things. Wi-Fi is also derived from the amateur radio service. There was a protocol called packet radio that provided the foundational information for how to do the very earliest varieties of packet or of Wi-Fi. It's a little different than the technology in use now, but it is the same type of a concept. One of the things with the amateur radio packet radio service is that it was set up initially very similar to the old dial-up BBSs, bulletin board services. So as a packet radio amateur user, you would basically open up a connection across your radio with the basically a computer acting as a BBS. And be able to communicate with other amateur radio operators using that same service, leaving effectively a text message. I'm a little distracted at the moment, as you might be able to tell. Okay. I was looking for. That's the community. Some ship. Okay. Starships. So yeah, if you spread spectrum developed in the 1960s, 70s, the idea was that the radio in use would operate across a section of frequencies. It might be 10 different frequencies that they use. They could be all part of a small small area of space. Yeah, I don't think so. Let's compare this. Yeah, I don't think so. So instead, let's have him pay me. Right. Some of us are better at it than others. Let's pay him instead. Yeah, the idea with spread spectrum often is what you call, or what's called frequency hopping. Frequency hopping, not happening. And initially it might be something like a scanner where you've got 10 different frequencies and all of the radios involved in that communication use those same frequencies, and they synchronize clocks in some way to allow those the radios to talk with each other, so that when somebody keys up, that radio is the only one communicating or transmitting. And then every millisecond or tens of milliseconds or centisecond or seconds, the radios would hop to a new frequency. But since they were synchronized, the let's see, I've got some stuff to sell. Because they're synchronized, the people talking and listening never really notice that the frequency has changed. It's not like you take a dial on a radio or even a push button to move up and down the spectrum to find the next channel. It's more along the lines of the radio instantly jumps to the next channel, next frequency. Tech arms and tech, okay. Don't need the pirate transponders. That's useful for cache. And that was a radio development that was built by ham radio operators as well. Okay, scanner. Don't have space for it in this one, but I do in this other multi-tool. So let's add that. Okay. So, it's one of the reasons I got involved with amateur radio. But there are many reasons people do. Some get involved because their family's been involved. Their dad was involved, or their mom. If you remember watching, or if you've seen the movie Contact, or read the book by Carl Sagan, Ellie, the main character, played by the name just dropped out, is a ham radio operator who became an operator because her dad was not a ham radio operator. And that took on an entirely different meaning. Some of the things that some of the radio operators in that system did, or in the movie did, or book, was to look for indications of it's getting to be dated. I think it was good, but again, it's out there, or it's been out there for almost 20 years now. Some people may not like it. I enjoyed it. I don't remember if I enjoyed it in theater or not. Jodie Foster was the actress. I do not offhand know what the actor who played her dad was. Who was? It's okay. I prefer it over country. I prefer it over Windows, for that matter. Yep, I got that. I like it a lot. It's not going to be for everybody any more than macOS is for everybody, or BSD. I'm not sure BSD is for anybody, but some people like it apparently. I use it for firewalls and file servers. Pop! OS has a couple of neat things about it. Yeah, the Fedora is great too. But one of the things they did with Pop! OS was they basically took Ubuntu and added a much more stable Wine implementation. And then, because I'm using it for playing Steam, the developers include the latest, or at the time, latest drivers for either NVIDIA or AMD. It is using Proton, yes. I'm not saying it's great, but I'm able to play most of the games I'm interested in. No Man's Sky being the primary one. Alright. Let's just come upstairs here. to tell me that it's time for me to start looking at getting him fed, along with his brother and sister. I will introduce you to him really quick here, if he'll let me. Putting the phone away, back into the holster. All right. This is Cody. He is one of our 2 yellow cats. He's more of a blonde than yellow. His brother is definitely yellow. All 3 of them are calicos. And generally, as in like 95+% of the time, female cats in calico with a family of yellow cats in them, or in it, end up being black, or at least black calico, white and black, grays. The yellow is tied to the cat's variation of the X chromosome. And is also a... I take it back. Yellow is tied to... Yeah, I'm drawing a blank on it. It's basically that female cats end up not being orange or yellow. Yep, male. Well, 2 things. I'm a bit over 18. And I do try to pay attention. I spent 4 years in the military. I have a 4-year degree, plus some teaching credentials on top of that. Okay, did we get... No, okay. I am teaching myself machining, as in I have my own lathe now. I've developed software, written software, spent over 20 years working for an international bank, providing network services for them, as in troubleshooting network problems. And along the way, there are 2 things you can do. You can just write off information that comes across your desk, or your mind, what you see in front of you, or you can make use of it. File it away, say, this is going to come up to be useful at some day, perhaps. Knowing it is worth paying attention to it, because it might be one of these things like understanding how complexity affects the function, or how fast things work on computers, or networking. Everybody's probably got a router of some sort at your house. May or may not be integrated into a firewall. May or may not be integrated into a network switch, a Wi-Fi access point, things like that. That piece of equipment it's actually one that's been in or available for OBS now for, I want to say, about a year and a half. There was a video I caught, said, yeah, I need that, or I think that would be useful on my stream. And so I went through and followed the instructions in the video, downloaded the software, set it up in OBS. The only problem I've got with it is that unless I'm recording or streaming, it goes away. I can't use it to, say, dictate notes or capture notes. All right. Now I started streaming about 1:30 this morning. It is currently 5:30. Let me check OBS here real quick. So I've been streaming for 4 hours and 11 minutes. Yep. Eastern Daylight Savings Time for you. I appreciate that. That's one of the reasons why you see on my stream that I have the UTC clock as well as my local clock. Upper right hand corner of the screen, or about almost a quarter of it. Got stood metal. Yay! And yeah, I'm not all that impressed with that. And there's a reason for that clock being there. Both my local time and UTC. We have people from all over the world that show up here. I've talked with people from Russia, Australia, several countries in Africa, obviously a whole bunch of Europe, mostly bad stories. Sometimes I write technical papers I've had to explain to people why fiber optic networks don't provide instantaneous communication between, say, Tempe, Arizona and London, because there are people who don't understand that it's still working at the speed of light and there's distance involved. There are things you can do to make it work a little bit better, but it still takes work. Okay, another scanner module. Neutron cannon module. Use the set. Yeah, but you're not doing stupid things with your network. The reason I had to explain it was that somebody was using Microsoft Access as a database. Platform. The downside of Access is that the client doesn't send queries requesting information from the server. It downloads the database, which means all of the data in the database has to cross that connection. And does its search locally on that data, and then if it modifies anything, it sends back the updated database, not just the data. SQL does an entirely different process. It communicates with the server saying, hey, give me records that match this query, this search. These records need these fields changed. As a result, much less data has to cross the internet, across the network. And where this came in was that some developers in one city were doing their database development, and everything worked beautifully for them because their server was the computer on the table in the corner of the room they were in. The moment they were required to move their server to a data center halfway across the United States, they started going, what's going on here? Why is it broken? It's because 50 millisecond response time from or across that connection applies to every packet of data for the database that exchange that you're using. And you're using a megabyte or a gigabyte at a time, which is thousands of and tens of thousands of packets. So yes, it's going to take a while, which is what you've been giving your users who are working across the entire country. And it's why they've been complaining about your application being slow for the past decade. So, yeah. You run into all kinds of things like that. I don't know if you're aware of it. There is a video or movie, actually not a movie, TV show, I forget what channel, about a trading company When we did that, our operations centers that people communicated with had to be diverse across the country. We had the company I was working for had 8 functioning data centers. 4 of them had remote access services running through them. You did not run all of your people in one area across just their local connection. You ran them to one of those 4 remote access services. And the best solutions involved not breaking them up. Yep. It would not surprise me at all. Part of that is going to be that even though you've got that response time, the packet identifying when you pull the trigger is going to have its date stamp where it's expecting the target to be, and whatever random number generator algorithm process that says we tolerate this much variance. So you may have some level of drift off to it. And yeah, half a second, it's within range of what that system will allow. All right. Left some things hanging there. But yeah, the one problem we ran into is that we also have people in the had people in the company that worked out of India and the Philippines and several countries in Europe, Africa, Asia, and so each of those locations also had links. Checking to see if I've got anybody back yet. Nope, they're still out. They're still out. I think I've got... I didn't send anybody out of the new guys. On the other hand, 500 milliseconds to India is not the connection you want to build your remote access across. And I've seen far too many companies that have done that. What a lot of companies are moving to... Alright, we got a balanced, or let's go with the balanced here. Is a solution where maybe we won't get damaged. The users are not actually using their computer for the program. What they're using is a little bit better than a web server that's acting as an OS for them. I'd really like to have duplicates of this thing, but I don't use any of the duplication glitches. So I will have to find more of those. Now I can save. And if you're wondering about this save, I should have 21 hours in on this one. Nope. Well, I've played for about 21 hours. Because of the way the game clock works, it records it as less than that. 19 and a half hours on this save. Okay. India is a fine place for connections if you're in India. Because it's local to you. If you are in central United States, there is 500 milliseconds of response time between when you press a key on your keyboard and the system on the far end responds. If what you're doing is you're using or establishing a connection to there, yep. Well, for me, it's one of these. I'm sitting here in central Minnesota. If my internet connection to the corporate network was in India, and I had to manage a server in Minnesota, or Texas, or Colorado, my connection to that server would have to go to India, half a second response time, from India to wherever those servers were. If I then had to hop from that or one of those servers to another, we're just adding more response time. And you can end up with a situation where you press a key and it takes 5 seconds or longer for that keystroke to get to the server to recognize it, and come back to you with what the action or results of that keystroke were. Now, the remote access solution most of them are using is based upon something very similar to X Windows, where the application that looks like it's running on your desktop is actually running on the server at the remote site, or within some range of the remote site. And so you've got a link back and forth that's going to be optimized and low latency connection. There's not going to be a lot of data. It's not sending an image for every screen update. It's sending, this is the stuff that changed, and that's a much smaller packet versus if you click on a web page, it's got to download everything from the web page. Whereas what the app is doing is if you click on a web page in a web browser on the remote server, what you get is what changed. The the web browser is still going to be doing all that communication back and forth, but you're only getting the portion of the screen that changed on your computer. So in that case, communications is acceptable with some limitations. One of the things that you've probably heard on a cell phone at some point is something called jitter, where you're talking with somebody and it's going smoothly, and then a pause. And then a pause. And then a bit, and then a pause. And then all of a sudden you get, and it comes back. And you're going, what happened in that call? What did you say? This is what's called jitter, which the timing difference between different packets in the communication. So you get a stream of packets. You want that stream to have a fairly consistent packet, interval like that, except it's going to be much faster. And the problem with really long distance connections, that's getting to be harder and harder to define these days, but the problem that you run into is you don't have control over what's in the network in between you and the destination. For example, you're on the internet right now. If you're in Europe, how many other people are communicating across the link between me and you? You have no idea. There may be millions, thousands, hundreds of thousands. Some of them are doing... You're on the internet right now. You're talking to me. You're chatting with me. I'm on the internet. So, if you're, for example, you very much like one of the YouTube channels that's out there. Additionally, if you are updating your Windows system, or somebody in your house is updating their Windows system, all of the traffic is likely going to be interspersed with your traffic, the voice traffic, the traffic you're hearing me across. That link is going to have some effect. Yeah, believe me, you appreciate the undersea cables. The undersea cables are significantly faster than you would get through satellite links for the bandwidth that you're using. For example, to go from the United States to Europe. Well, even without that, if you want a 2-hop connection from the United States to Europe across satellite, there is a 50 millisecond response time between... Depends. We'll get to that in a bit. There's a 50 millisecond response time between you and the satellite. Actually, not 50. 500 millisecond response time. There's a half-second response time. It's 23,000 miles. Basically, it takes a quarter of a second for a packet to get up, quarter second to get back down. At the moment, yes. There are some changes to that coming up. However, a satellite that can see me in Minnesota is unlikely to be visible to somebody in Europe. So in order to have that communication, that satellite up there has to link to a satellite that your system can see. Well, that circle that they're in has a radius of 23,000 miles. If the two satellites are 60 degrees apart, there's 23,000 miles between the two. So there's 23,000 miles up and down, 23,000 miles across, 23,000 miles up and down on the far end. On the other hand, if you're going across fiber, the link is unlikely to cross as much as 10,000 miles. Bandwidth on it is significantly more available. Now, the downside is that the link to the satellite and there's two satellites is operating at light speed in air and vacuum, which is close to the actually they're not 1,200, it's 2,300 miles. Those lasers are coming in is with Starlink. Starlink is not set up for being trunking as far as the volume of traffic that runs across fiber. Light going through glass takes about twice as long for the same distance, and glass in this case being either glass or plastic or whatever medium they're using for the fiber optics, it takes about twice as long to cross the same distance. And that's not including buffering and making sure that the traffic that's crossed that link is correct. That's all additional on top of it. Just switching from radio laser light into the sky, into air and vacuum, to laser going across glass or plastic, doubles the amount of time it takes. On the other hand, if you've got a link through satellites that's 23 times 3 to 69,000 miles one way, another 69,000 miles for the round trip, 25 or 24 or 200 or 120 plus mile or 120,000 miles. That round trip is going to take longer than a 10,000 mile fiber link operating at half the speed, light speed, of the satellite link. One of the video is getting at is they have, or somebody in the financial world recognized that this was a problem for doing trades. If somebody in Chicago wanted to buy or sell stock on the New York Exchange, if they were going across fiber, that's about 1,500 miles, give or take a little bit, 900 to 1,500 miles, depending upon the route that the fiber is taking. They found that if they could make use of the old AT&T long line towers and add in a few extra microwave towers in between them to give a much more direct microwave path, they could get a transaction request into the New York Stock Exchange in about half the time it would take to do it across the fiber connection. The selling point for Starlink is not the fact that it's available everywhere on Earth. The selling point about Starlink was the promise that if you were in Chicago or Los Angeles or Hong Kong and wanted to trade on the London Exchange, the low Earth orbit satellites could provide a optical path from satellite to satellite between those two locations that would be faster than a fiber optic path. Any fiber optic path. The problem, of course, is Starlink doesn't have the trunking capacity of the fiber. So if you're moving bulk data, doing a web browser search or query, doing database synchronization, you don't want Starlink. You're using up all of the available network traffic or network space, and Starlink is not going to be happy. And this is going to be true for the Euronet solutions, pretty much any satellite system. It's been an issue since we were using geostationary satellites for HughesNet. The connection is expected to handle a certain amount of traffic, and if you go beyond your allocation for that, your price goes through the roof. And they have the opportunity to say, okay, you've used all the bandwidth you're allowed to this month. And you're sitting there with a piece of equipment sitting in the middle of the desert going, how am I supposed to get this to work? And here I was trying to get out of here. All right. Cats are going to go hungry for a little bit longer. All right. Let me drop out of here. No, we'll continue on. We'll go back to the save. And there I go, dropping things. Get my restream. Page to reload. Keep pressing somewhere. And if you get the chance, just remember the idea is to figure out how you can get things to link. Happy. Okay, that's happy. So, hey, 16 viewers on Twitch, 141 on YouTube. Wow. Okay, what's going on here? Okay, that's not healthy. There. All right. Give me a couple of moments here. I am going to shut down and restart Twitch. Not Twitch. Steam. Well, the problem is I've got 3 different keyboards involved, 3 different mice, and a game controller. And something is acting like it wants to use the keyboard. So, restarting, loading. There was a software update earlier today, at least on this system. I think it was earlier in the week. It's daylight. About 3 o'clock this afternoon, my local time on the clock, 1500. I do a different stream on another Pop OS system where I'm playing Sudoku for somewhere between 10 and 30 minutes usually. All right. Space computer time. People are welcome to hang out with me then. On YouTube, it's on another channel of mine, Rustio101. So youtube.com/@Rustio101. Twitch, it's the same channel, but the title should be changed, and hopefully the category is changed. And that's all I'm going to say about it. I think I'm okay with Sudoku, but I'm willing to accept criticism. Anybody else, but that entry looked damaged. Back to base. So we're done at, or once we're at base, let's grab the mission off the base computer. Head out for that. Because that's going to be in another system. Empty. You're empty. It's okay. Like I say, I think I'm okay at the game. But everybody has their opinions. And as I say, I'm willing to take criticism. Could even be, yeah, you really need to update your this or that. I will say that that system's speech to text is nowhere near as capable as this one is. At least in part because it's running on a laptop with a I think it's a 1050 GPU. 1060 maybe? One or the other. That isn't 1050. But it's also using a entirely different GPU or text-to-speech or speech-to-text engine. And obviously there is some variation in quality between them. When you read memory, yeah, it's 0, 0, 0, 0, 1 alpha. Did it know what I had done to it? Was it angry, upset, alone, afraid? Could a sentinel feel such things? It hovered before me, its light catching upon 1,000 crystal shards all around, and as I moved on, it traveled by my side. That night I dreamt of the warp cage, but there was no more pain within. The drone looked at me, and I knew I had been forgiven. I had fixed it. I had answered for my sin. I shall call it Laylips. Search the physical cache. I searched the physical cache attached to the terminal. Whoever recorded this message also left a piece of technology. And get a scanner module. Scanned everything, and yes, I've scanned everything here. creatures. I think it dropped me at a different abandoned building. Let's see if we've got a planet in here that I've not been to this planet. Nobody else has either. Boggy, copper, sulfurine, magnetized ferrite. About to tell you how much of this is ocean. Maybe some because it's boggy, but
Well,
6 of 12. There's 7 at least. fingers. Okay. So I'll connect here. Guess I get to run for a bit. I think the time is 11 p.m. 2300. Which means that if I'm waiting for daylight, I've got another 7 minutes of sitting around. So instead, let's see if we can make use of some of that time for some other stuff here. Hey! I can end up going to another planet. Doesn't do much for me as far as finding the rest of those 12. Life forms. Okay, the croaking usually has indicated to me that somewhere in the neighborhood is an underground creature. so much in this case. Dots right now. But I need to check out the other building. Other these. Okay. A Viking system, so let me switch multi-tools here. Dude. Some ammunition. For you? Alright. Last for much. That's what I was looking for. That's handy to have too. And no, I'm not going to be talking with that terminal, because it would just send me to another planet in the system. While I don't mind going to other planets, I do want to see if I can catch or see all of the creatures here. Let's see what we got. 8 of 12 discovered, so I've got 4 left. Flying diurnal. Flying diurnal. 2 underground. Underground. I'm going to see if I can find any caves in the area. Does not look promising. Let's head out, see what else we can find. It's much more promising. big fan of that, but should be fine. Sentinels here, but so far they're not aggressive. Come on. What are you doing today? That is the music of sunrise. Can at least get the diurnal flyers. Some of them. Okay, one. It's our flyer. It's a somewhat interesting interpretation of both diurnal and underground. If you search online dictionaries for the word diurnal, it will tell you that it means active both during the day and night. Yet the game treats it mostly as active during the morning. And underground may include creatures that just barely travel under the surface. Changed multi-tools. That's not going to work well, is it? Okay, this multi-tool doesn't have space. This one should. It does. Oh, it's radiation modules. So that comes up here. Some planets, one of the creatures, one of the varieties of creatures, is effectively what you might think of as a scrat from Ice Age. It shows up from time to time on different planets. And while it's never seen in a cave, it's considered an underground creature. Storms, traveling. Not to be trifled with, but people do anyway. Mostly you'll survive, but it will take your environmental support down. Let's check out that cave again. Let's try another site. It's daylight, so I should be able to see where caves are. Maybe other worthwhile destinations. As we get close. Observatory. Maybe it was the one we were at earlier. This looks promising. We'll pick up some cobalt while we're at it. Tritium. That's as far as we get that way. People have heard the phrase, "There's no such thing as a stupid question." There are no stupid questions. Believe me if I told you there are at least 2, if not 3. Okay, the first is really the one that they're trying to avoid mentioning. And that is the question you've got in your mind that you don't ask. Because you think it's something that you should know and you're embarrassed that you don't know. As a former teacher, I can tell you that if you're unsure of something, somebody else is too. How many times have you been sitting in a class thinking, I understand this, but how do I ask about it? And as you're sitting there thinking about that, asking yourself, how do I ask about it? Somebody pops up with the question, going, Teach, I don't understand how this works. Because I can attest from personal experience that it's happened all too often to me. Perspective of a teacher, your question or uncertainty about how something works is not a criticism of my teaching style. It's an observation that either I'm not providing the foundation information you need to understand this, I won't argue that. I will say that a good teacher, somebody who is trying to make sure that you have the tools you need to succeed, is going to say, okay, how do I make sure that this works for you? That's not going to be every teacher, no. That's the given stupid question, the one that doesn't get asked. There are, however, actual stupid questions that are asked. There's the question that most of these teachers that are going to get upset are thinking you're doing, which is feigning ignorance to protect or to slow down the class, prevent the class teacher from covering the material they need to. That is the stupid question in the sense of if you know the answer to that question and you're asking just because you're trying to slow things down, you're preventing others in your class from learning. There's one other that I consider almost the same. It's in the sense that it's a question being asked to prevent the class from completing successfully. That question is the question asked to stump the teacher. And I would hazard to guess that this also causes teachers to respond poorly to the question. We don't recommend doing that. If you know the answers to the questions, or the questions are something that you're asking to distract the teacher or the class, that's a question you probably don't need to ask. It doesn't mean that there is a bad question. It means it's a question asked with bad intent. Okay, this is becoming annoying. I'm missing a life form. And it's night again. Means I can't easily see features of the ground where such things might be. Could be... Ah, there it is. Okay. Do we have caverns in the area? Back to my starship. To go anyplace, which free up some space. So people who will tell you that video games can't teach you anything important. But as far back as Wolfenstein 3D and Doom, I was finding things that I learned in those games that weren't specifically gameplay, extremely useful. One of those things was mentally keeping track of where you are, where you've gone, what sort of changes in direction and the like you put yourself through, so that even in an unfamiliar building, you could get from one place to another or get back from wherever you'd gone. Wherever you started out. There is the advantage that a lot of these places are just long halls where what you're really keeping track of is how many doors you've gone by, or when was the last bathroom that you walked past. Was the bathroom that you walked past the men's room or the ladies' room? Candy bars in the machine that you passed? Three Musketeers bars or something else? May not be important to some people. But if you remember that the vending machine at the end of the hallway that you were on had candy bars and bags of potato chips. Less and less frequent these days. And you start down a hallway, or you go to start down a hallway, in the vending machine that you run across has t-shirts, baseball caps, stuff like that in it, you could probably figure out that it's not the hallway that you were down. Then in Doom and Wolfenstein 3D, at least when I was playing, it was not easy to find a map of the area you were in. Those things developed, but often you had to figure out where it was that you were and needed to go. To get from the start of the game to the save point, or from one save point to the next. And yes, that kind of information will track into other services. It may be the building you go to. One of the things that you may end up using some of that kind of information for is memory. Remembering things like speeches. You've very probably heard of this thing called mnemonics, where the checking. Person putting together a speech says, starts, well, not says, knows he's got to do an introduction, a main body of the speech, a summary of the speech, and accept questions. Well, many of these speakers over the decades, centuries even, used a technique where they envisioned tying the parts of the speech they were making to walking through their house. You come in the front door, the key to unlock it is the greeting that you're going to give to the people that you're speaking to. Maybe it's the opening bit of humor. The idea being, you say or you do the things based upon the fact that as you walk into your house, you use a key to unlock the door. You're unlocking the audience. Once you get into the door, well, right to the one side of the door or the other, you've probably got a place where you hang up your jacket or hat or winter coat, whatever. Beginning to think this is a Not going to find that last life form. So you tie the next part of your speech to what that element is. You hang your jacket up. Well, you tell the people, okay, this is what the store or the speech is going to be about. And you tell them what the speech is going to be about. And you move through your entry as parts of the speech, parts of the introduction. Then you walk into the living room. And you treat things in your living room as reminders, hooks to hang different parts of your speech on. Whatever it is you're talking about. And after you've talked your speech through, somewhat distracted at the moment. There we go, this one can come over here. After you've done the main body of your speech, it's time to get ready to go out the back door. And so, wherever that is in your house, it may not be your back door, it may be your bedroom, whatever. You use that feature in your house as a collection of reminders for what you need to cover as part of wrapping up, summarizing. And then when you've completed your summary, you're ready to go out the back door, you use that as a reminder to ask if there's any questions. And then you do your best to answer them. Some of them are going to be, that's a very good question. I didn't get that piece of information as part of what I was preparing. I will do my best to get that kind of information for you. Down here. Okay. And then once you're done with the speech and questions, you have to lock up the door as you're leaving, right? So you set up a thank you. If you have further questions reach out to me at such and such, and so on. Bulkhead. Not good to have on hand when I get scanned. But you can also use that type of a system for remembering information as you're preparing for an exam. It might be how you remember to put together a piece of writing that the instructor expects you to put down some sort of a outline of what you're writing. Include different types of information. Put together a rough draft of these are the types of things I'm going to discuss. This is my starship. You have a wonderful day. I want to say thanks to everybody who jumped in here and hung out with me. I'm going to see if I can find a place to land. And then I've got some kitty cats that need to be fed. So I'm going to go take care of that. See about getting some sleep. And then see about getting back online tonight. Might be morning by the time I get back. Or get on. So if you're looking for somebody to talk to in the morning, I'll see if I can be here. Take care, everybody. And let's see where we are in the save. 20 hours, 32 minutes. Have a great day, everybody.